Well, good evening, everyone. It's Monday, October 27, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me today for part 4, the finale of The Secret of Langton Manor, a print and play game that you can purchase and print for yourself. Normally $10 for all 4 episodes. I think they're having a sale now. I posted a link on the Discord that's like 30% off. So you really could buy all 4 of these for $7. If you haven't watched the previous parts, it's not going to kill you. But if you like puzzle games with a little bit of story, escape room games as we call them, you might want to consider not watching this and purchasing this yourself and printing it out. You don't need a color printer. It helps. All right, let's check in with the chat, do a little bit of bookkeeping. YouTube says 18 concurrent viewers. I'm curious how many viewers here today have been joining me for all 3 previous sessions. I feel like they've been getting better, and they've been quite enjoyable with a very creepy vibe, but an interesting, well, when we finish this game today, which I expect we will talk about it. And as always, I hope if you're joining me for these, you'll keep a little notebook, pen, and paper by your side and make notes of any comments you want to make at the end, maybe your favorite parts, your least favorite parts, any constructive criticism, etc. We do like to do that on this channel, and I am always curious to hear your opinion. If you're watching this after the fact instead of live, please do share your comments on this video. Okay, a little bit of bookkeeping first. We just recently finished 3 parts of a game called Mockery Manor, a very highly produced, voice acting heavy, satirical, sort of like almost like a little Scooby-Doo mystery, but much deeper and richer than I expected, and really quite a phenomenal experience that I think everyone who joined us for it was impressed. I will try to record a spoiler-free review of that soon. Now, we are wrapping up our month of spooky, creepy games, which we've been doing a little bit of a tradition here on the channel. I think started by Jonathan Warner, who's here in the channel with us today, and Jonathan Warner helps organize it. And we were off to a bit of a rocky start this year with some downtime for a very bad cough on my part. But it looks like it's all cleared up, and we did manage to get in some good games this year. A whole bunch of multi-part games, Secret of Langton Manor being one of them. We do have one finale, showstopper, coming up left to play. And we will play The Root of All Evil on Thursday, October 30th, and probably Friday, Halloween, October 31st. So if you're interested in a very creepy vibe experience, sort of deluxe experience, there's a big box we'll open up together. I'm told it's more of a vibe experience than a hardcore game, but there are some subtle elements, I understand, so I could use the help. And I do not like playing and watching scary stuff alone, so I am happy to have the company. That will wrap up our October. Then we'll probably take a week off or so and get back to our normal schedule in November, including playing Miami Flatline, the new Medical Mysteries game, which I'm very curious to play. Anything else to say about that? Just looking at the chat here. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about episode 4 of this Secret of Langton Manor. Anna says she's been listening to the Mockery Manor podcast since we played it, and she's loving it. Anyone who joined for the Mockery Manor playthrough should check out the podcasts that the same company has been doing for several years. if you like the tone of that show, they are clearly very good at what they're doing. And also check out the YouTube channel, Watch It for Days, if you want some long-form deep dives into the show Columbo. I've been watching that, listening to that as I go to sleep every night for the last couple weeks, and I'm loving it. Valley says, quick question. In the Spooky October planning stream, you mentioned there was a game you played a long time ago, but quit because you in the chat struggled too much with it. Okay, who remembers what game that is? Will you play that game anytime soon? I have been told by people I trust that we should go back to it and that we were too hard on it, and probably we played it too early in our journey to deal with it. We also got stuck on a Kickstarter bonus puzzle that we wouldn't have any trouble if we played it again for reasons I can't discuss. But yes, I do think we will play it again relatively soon, although we could save it for the next Halloween. Does anyone remember what that game was? Someone in the channel will remember. All right, let's talk a little bit about The Secret of Langton Manor before we... It was Key Enigma is the company, and Calling Card is the specific game from Key Enigma. All right, now, The Secret of Langton Manor. Here's the odd thing about this. I thought, my memory was that this is an old print and play series of 4 connected games. In looking at in posting the videos to Board Game Geek, I realized something, which is that the first episode of Langton Manor came out several years ago. But episode 4, the episode we're playing today, was released in May of this year. Furthermore, it doesn't say episode 4, the finale in a planned set of 4. I don't know what it's called. After you have a trilogy, you have a quadrilogy. What is it called when there's 4? Anyway, the point is, episode 4 is brand new, and it may not have an ending. I don't know if the author plans more continuing episodes in here. And we did get a little bit of a vibe while playing. It's a little bit of like a Lost vibe. Like, constantly more weird things are happening in this place without necessarily the feeling that it's all going to make sense and end. So I'm just trying to set the stage here. We may not get an ending. We may just get more mysteries at the end that are going to be solved, that are going to come up in episode 5. I don't know. I don't know if anyone here has already played through this. I think I'd prefer to have this end and then have a new set of episodes, but the author, obviously I'm not speaking for the author. Okay, now, when you purchase The Secret of Langton Manor, which I did with help from the Patreon supporters, although you could argue $10, I didn't really need much help. By the way, I was thinking I would do some kind of encouragement of people to join the Patreon when we hit our 5-year 5,000 subscribers, which we have. In fact, the Patreon supporter count has gone down a little bit. I'll probably do a little bit of a push for it in November. We've made a deal here, you and I, that you're going to put up with me mentioning the Patreon regularly, and I'm not going to feel guilty about that, and you're not going to feel guilty for not joining the Patreon. You're just going to let me talk about it and make your own decision and not feel guilty. No one's feeling guilty on this channel. That's our #1 rule. Okay, so now, when you download this set, with episode 4 comes this little recap of the story. Spoilers for episodes 1 to 3. So we're getting a little graphic novel recap here. Again, if you haven't joined me for the other parts, I don't think it's going to ruin your experience here, but there's lots to watch on YouTube. You might consider not watching this in the middle of this story, but here we go. Let's catch up. October 31, 1922. That's present day. That's when our story starts. My dear friend, I have inherited Langton Manor, a grand estate in need of restoration, and I could use your help. The estate comes with its own butler, Samuel, so household duties will be well managed. A package awaits you at Liverpool Street Station should you accept. Yours sincerely, John. John's invitation to Langton Manor seemed straightforward, yet something felt off about it. Something about it felt unusual. Samuel's eyes were cold, his words precise, almost rehearsed. Welcome to Langton Manor. Then, the sound of the lock clicked behind me. I wasn't a guest at all. I was trapped. I was alone in this old manor. Only John's scattered notes remained the last trace of his presence. The notes spoke of strange events, portraits with eyes painted over and ghostly footprints leading to the basement. Saturday, October 21st, 1922. Everyone working on the renovations has quit. Now it's just the butler, Samuel, and me. Last night I dreamt of him. He stood by a door leading to the basement. You are not ready to see what lies beyond, he said. I woke up, drenched in sweat. This is the diary of John, the person we're friends with. And here we are looking at this very creepy, locked door to the basement. With trembling hands, I unlocked the basement door. I stepped into the darkness, each step weighed down with dread. In the basement's darkness, a massive twisted tree loomed, its roots entwined with the very foundation of the manor. In a hollow of the eerie tree, I found an old headless doll. Later, I discovered the head locked away in a safe in the basement. Records show it was custom made in 1843. There's the receipt of the doll that got made in the image of the daughter of the owner here. A photograph from 1841. Arthur Rutherford, lord of the manor, with his wife Eleanor and their daughter Lily. But in early 1843, something changed. A shadow fell over their home. I found this photo of Arthur Rutherford's 1842 expedition to Mesopotamia. His butler, Samuel, is by his side, looking exactly like the Samuel who locked me in. 80 years have passed, yet he appears untouched by time. Arthur's expedition log, April 5, 1842, Uruk, Mesopotamia. We made a striking find in the ruins today, a collection of ancient seeds, remarkably well preserved. Samuel, intrigued by their uniqueness, has packed some for transport to England. If they grow, they may reveal plants long lost to time. And here's an excerpt from a book, Hathaway's Epic of Gilgamesh, a modern translation, Tablet 22, Inanna, Gilgamesh, and the Hulupu tree. As the years unfolded, first 5, then 10, the tree matured and thickened, yet no foliage graced its trunk. Beneath its sturdy roots, a serpent that no magic could charm made its nest. High among the bare branches, the Anzu bird set its young. and within the solid trunk, the shadowy maiden Lilith established her domain. Returning from the basement to an unexplored corner of the first floor, I stumbled upon a brittle shed snakeskin. How long it had been there. Then we've got a newspaper about a notorious art thief back in our current day, 1922, who's escaped and is in hiding. I found evidence of a fugitive hiding in the Manor pages from his diary, along with a months-old newspaper. From his notes, seems he scared the workers away, using their superstitions to remain undetected. The workers must be dealt with, or this hideout will no longer serve its purpose. After observing their superstitious chatter, I've devised a plan that plays into their fears, turning the Manor's eerie reputation to my advantage. That's from Arthur, the art thief who's hiding out. John's behavior grows more peculiar by the day. Heard him speaking to the empty air more than once, addressing someone he calls Samuel. There's no one there, at least not that I can see or hear. Victor, not Arthur, Victor continued to observe John while hiding in the shadows. After the workers left, they were the only people remaining in the house. From my hiding spot, I watched John speak to Samuel, as he often does, addressing the empty room, but then I saw the mirror. Samuel was there, standing beside him, cold and real in the reflection, though absent from the room. Victor's diary spoke of the large mirror in the hallway. As I approached it, the glass suddenly shattered, as if it had sensed my presence. Holding a lantern, I ascended the grand staircase. The second floor seemed darker, as though hiding its secrets. So there's our recap, and there's where we left episode 3. Episode 4 has us up on the second floor. Anything anyone wants to talk about before we get started here? By the way, if you want to help us decide what games to play next and on what days and times, there is a Board Game Geek Guild for this channel, a forum where people can join on Board Game Geek. There's a link to it on this YouTube page. There's a thread called the Game Queue, and that's where I put all the games I buy. As new games come in, if I buy them or someone sends them to me, I add them to that first post. And I try to cross off the ones we play. And so that's a big, long 60-page thread, but that's the thread where you should check the games I have. Maybe there's one I don't know about. You could post it there and then say, hey, I'm really interested in this game. If enough people express some interest in a game, maybe it'll bubble up and we'll play it sooner rather than later. All right, so we've got... There's us in this manor in 1922. There's the butler Samuel, who seems key to all of this. There's our friend John, who's disappeared into this manor. We don't know what's happening with him. So we don't know what's happening with John. We don't know where he is. We don't know what's going on with this person Samuel, who seems to have aged not a bit since for 80 years. Then we've got the original family who used to live in this, and the wife with her blacked out eyes, and the daughter with the doll, and we heard some rumblings in the diaries that some tragedy befell them. So lots of mysteries going on here, which we don't understand. And also some hints that with this Gilgamesh novel, about a tree that can grant everlasting life. So it feels like Samuel has maybe taken these seeds, grown this tree in the basement that's giving him eternal life. But how that connects with the rest of this stuff, we don't know. And then we've got the art thief, who should be in this place somewhere, who we haven't run into yet. So we don't know what's happened with him. So lots of little mysteries. I don't see how we're going to get them all resolved today. Will we get any resolved today? That's what remains to be seen. All right, let's see if there's anything new for us here. About this episode, the 4th chapter in the Print and Play Escape Room series continues the unfolding mystery of Langton Manor. While playing previous episodes, first is recommended for the best experience. A graphic novel recap of the stories included for easy reference. Recap contains no puzzles, can be viewed digitally on any device to refresh your memory. Okay, everything is the same. It's a reminder of hints, a reminder that we have 10 puzzles. After reading these instructions, flip the stack of remaining pages. Do not take a second page. So I guess we're not supposed to... No, we are supposed to look at this page because it says to fold it. That could be a little clearer. Okay, so we're getting this from the start. I guess it wouldn't make really sense to give it to us at the end. So we've got a map of the 2nd floor. As I reached the top of the grand staircase, I found a crumpled piece of paper lying at my feet. I unfolded it, sensing its importance. It was a plan of the 2nd floor, marked with deliberate creases that hinted at hidden alignments. Okay, creases. I mean, clearly there's one crease, but I guess these are additional creases. It says to fold it here. Sure feels like we would be better off cutting this if we're meant to fold this. Guess I'll leave it like this for now. I printed this on heavy stock, which makes a little bit of folding difficult. No, there's no reason not to cut it. Okay, so we've got a floor plan here. The great dining chamber, the bed chamber, withdrawing chamber, and another bed chamber, and puzzles here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And where is the staircase here, right? We've come up the staircase here. Maybe we can go this way, and folding. Okay, we could fold it, but no point in folding it yet. Buffering a lot here. Refresh because I know I have a bad connection. Figured to ask if anyone else is having problems. Jonathan says no buffering here. Okay. So let's go to the web page, which is going to guide us. We're playing episode 4, Decay. And we've got our first puzzle, but the way we play it is we open up the first page here from the opposite side. Near the staircase, a large still life in a gilded frame showed a table laden with fruits, vessels, and a roasted pheasant. Okay. All right, so a photo at the top of the staircase. That might be, well, it's not this one because this is a puzzle. So maybe here, oh, here. As I reach the top of the grand staircase, a crumpled piece of paper. So actually this is a puzzle? Maybe we have to fold it, but this is itself a puzzle. In fact, it's the first puzzle. But we were supposed to turn this over, right? Where's our thing? Maybe we weren't supposed to turn this over. Oh, for this episode, do not take a second page. Okay, never mind. Don't look at that. For this puzzle, don't take a second page. All right, most of the time it's told us to take a second page. All right, pretend you didn't see that. So we have a puzzle. This is indeed our first puzzle we must solve. Okay, creases. Let's fold on these creases. It wasn't a very exacting fold. All right, I guess we'll fold on all of these. Let's assume these are all creases. So the way we normally do this is if you figure out something, if you think you see something, you shouldn't say the answer, but you should let us know that you're available, like you figured something out, ask if we want a hint. For this game, we haven't been too strict about sitting for hours trying to figure it out. All right, so remember that every puzzle is a 3-digit number. These are creases. 1, 2, 3 creases. 1, 2, 3, 4 segments. Here is our puzzle. It's a plan of the second floor marked with deliberate creases that hinted at hidden alignments. Hidden alignments, huh? What do you think that means, hidden alignment? We're looking for numbers. I'm just creasing these folds to see if anything jumps out. Hidden alignment. I mean, okay, rather than try to solve it, let's try to talk through how we could get 3 digits from this. We would need 3 digits in an order. One thing that I notice is that the lines are scored differently. Like there's this one, then this one looks like the next lightest, and this is the heaviest. They are crossing through letters. At least 2 of them are. N-R-D O-L-N-A-L. It doesn't look like it's spelling anything. Could it be pointing to things? Like that could point to the word second, but these aren't pointing to any words in here. Could we be getting shapes here? And how would that work? Hidden alignments, huh? All right, let's see if the chat has any ideas. I think the map shows us where each puzzle is located. Well, the map certainly does show us where each puzzle is located, but it's also a puzzle of its own, and it's right here. And the instructions clearly tell us that we need to figure out this puzzle before we can go further. It is a puzzle. It's this puzzle. It's a 3-digit puzzle. So how are we going to get puzzle out of this. If I fold everything, I'm trying to see different ways this could be folded. What do we think it could mean? Like, how would we get an answer if we were just looking at this? If we did our fold so that they hid information, and this could be something. You'd have to get an order though. If we just looked at this, it is a weird 3 lines, huh? Trying to think, like, what these look like they could hold digits, but we have to get an order out of them too. Valley says, I have an idea. All right, let's hear it. Let's hear your idea. I do see that letters are getting crossed off. There's an E, I, R, B. E, I, R, B, or B, E, I, R. Doesn't really help, but I like the idea that every line seems to be crossing some letters. That feels like a bit like that's interesting to me. E, that could be an N. Well, let's just write these out. This feels like it's a little bit of a coincidence that these lines are going through. We've got an E, then we've got what looks like an I, a B, and then we've got more here, but these look like they're crossing through thing. This one is actually not hitting a letter, but this one is hitting the F, I guess. That doesn't look tempting. Okay, Valley says, I'm worried maybe we shouldn't have cut the map off and folding over the lines, fold over on top of the page. Well, that's interesting. That's a little scary. But you're right. If we were supposed to do that, that would be a weird choice, though, wouldn't it? To be making puzzle on instructions, but you do have a point. That's a little troubling that I did that. If it's important, I can just line it back up. But my folds are so imprecise, I'm a little worried about. We can try to keep it together. It's an interesting idea, though. It did say fold rather than cut. You're right. It did. I sort of didn't follow the instructions as I should have. All right, let's just try to line it back up. I kind of wish I hadn't printed this out on such heavy stock. All right, so I've recreated the folds here. Roughly, very roughly though. I'm a little concerned that they're too approximate, but we can try. That feels like it should not be the case. It feels like it should not have letters here. I mean, they are crossing these two lines on the word code, but I don't even know if this is close enough to the real thing. Close enough to these lines. Like, these lines feel like I folded very inexactly. But that would be a very big danger to make a game that relied so carefully. Let's read the instructions again. It was a plan of the second floor marked with deliberate creases that hinted at hidden alignments. What does that mean, hidden alignments? Hidden alignment. Alignment. I mean, it is an interesting idea that you would... I don't even know if I've put this the right way around. In fact, I might not have. If this was like... No, this cut was here. So it would have been folded this way. Well, I did fold it roughly right, although... I mean, E-R or E-O. Well, do the arrows point at something? That's a very good observation about the arrows. I'm trying to remember if we saw arrows in previous games pointing to the fold line. DJ says the map side has arrows in the corner. If the two parts were still attached, would those arrows point to words on the other side? I'm trying to remember if we saw arrows. Let me just take a quick peek about arrows on fold lines. Okay, well, there aren't arrows on other fold lines. So I just assumed those were instructions. But if these arrows point to something, what does it have to do with these lines? I mean, if you were to sort of look at where the arrows point, I don't know. I mean, it looks like it would be right about here and right about here. How does that help? It is weird that those arrows are here. What does that mean? Maybe it means we fold in from here? Oh. Marked with deliberate creases, 1, 2, 3, that hinted at hidden alignments. What does that mean, to have a hidden alignment? Creases, alignments. It doesn't sound like it's telling us to fold something. Does it want this crease aligned with this crease? Then I'd have to fold it very differently. But what if I did put this crease to touch this crease? Would we get anything? Pretty unpleasant operation. I don't see how that helps us. other than completely messing with the folding and making a mess of this. Jonathan says, the idea is to align the two sheets together and fold so the arrow is pointing to something on the general instruction side. Well, okay, here's the problem. This is how the page comes, like this. So the instruction is to fold it so it goes like this. That's how the folds work. So now, oh, what you're saying is if we fold this here and look at the arrow, that's a clever idea. So fold on 3 lines and see where the arrow points. That's clever. Okay. Let's see what happens then if we fold on each line and look at what the arrow points to. So could it be pointing to this point or this point? I like this idea though. So on this crease line, we get this, either decay or 4. I wonder if we can have numbers. I wonder if we are going to get numbers if everything goes right. So that's this line. That does not seem like it's pointing to a number, but could the fold, tiny problems with the fold, cause the issue? That's really fragile. But is it possible that this fold is imperfect and it would point to a number 1? I wonder. Okay. I think this is going to be it. So this could be pointing to a 1. And if we fold on this one properly, this could be pointing to the 4. Of course, the order of these is a different matter. And then we have one more fold, right? We've got the 4. We've got the possible of a 1. Then we've got one more crease line here. Which looks like it's a 3. Looks like it's supposed to be a 3 if everything lines up. Okay, so that's very clever guessing for everyone. And I shouldn't have cut it. It said to fold it. Would have been a lot easier if this wasn't on thicker paper. But I think noticing these was the key. Okay, so now we have a 1, a 4, and a 3. And what order do we think they are in? There's 2 possibilities as I see it. We could be going left to right, top to bottom. That would give us 4, 1, 3. Or we could be going by the light fold, the medium fold, and then the heavy fold. So if we did that, it would be 1, 3, 4. Any guess about which of these it's likely to be? Yeah, that's good work on the part of the group. I think some beginner rookie mistakes on my part. Cutting instead of folding, believing that this would be an unlikely use in terms of game mechanics, inexact folding, and not noticing that these arrows are not generic arrows, but are specific to the puzzle. Okay, Jonathan thinks it's probably 1, 3, 4. Let's try that first. I don't have a strong preference. Okay, here we go. No, it's not 1, 3, 4. All right, let's try 4, 1, 3 then. 4, 1, 3. No. I mean, surely we are right. It's just a matter of the order. Maybe it's left to right here. Looking at, sorry, maybe it's left to right looking at this. This is the exact kind of thing that I advise against in making games. So that would be 3, 4, and then 1, 3, 4, 1. Let's try that. This is a little silly. No. I mean, this is not smart to design a puzzle like this, but clearly we're on the right track. Clearly we're on the right track, but we've got arbitrary ordering. Unless I've done something wrong. I think we've got to be close enough that this is the right thing. Let's look at the hints since we got the gist of it. Okay, fine. Hint 1. After folding the page in the middle, take a close look at the map on the back. Perhaps the 3 fold lines can point to something in the instructions. Try folding the map. You know, we're losing points when we do this, which I do not like. The fold lines on the map are the same as the underlined headers in the instructions. If you fold along these crease lines, where does the corners point? I don't know what about the... I don't know what it's talking about. The underlined headers. That doesn't make any sense. But it's still talking about where does the page's corner point. I don't like losing all these points, but let's read the instructions. Okay. Fold the map page along each of the lines following the order of the 3 underlined headers on the instruction. About this episode, how to play, and let's begin. When folded correctly, they'll point to 3, 1, 4. I mean, that's the right digits that we had figured out, but in an order we hadn't considered. And what does it think? What order does it think we should be doing them in? About this episode, since it's touching this line, how to play. Oh, I see. It's matching this. That's interesting. Well, okay, I don't want to dwell on this too much, but I do think this is a bit of a bad puzzle design, but it's not, it's a bit of a mixed blessing, because it is cool that if you had noticed that these underlines were different, that could give you a clue. I don't know what this nonsense about touching these lines, though. It's not touching these lines, but I guess you could argue that it could be in this. It's just that there's so many permutations of what you could argue it could be used for, and it's just a bad design of a puzzle where you've got these 3 digits that can be in any order. It's unfortunate. I do think this is a very clever idea. It's just not quite working. But it's a clever idea. I wish the game had been, well, okay, let's not worry about it. But it's very close to being cool. just not quite there. Following the map, I passed a grand painting by the stairway and stepped into what appeared to be an old child's bedroom. Dusty toys were scattered across the floor. A small wooden bed sat against the far wall. Okay, it looks like there isn't that much disagreement in the chat. I could see some people loving that, but the problem is, look, here's the problem with that puzzle. The problem is, once we identified the 3 digits, we had to ask ourselves what would be an appropriate order. And we came up with several reasonable answers for the order. And they weren't working. And that's a problem. You shouldn't be making puzzles where there are all kinds of reasonable answers. Like if we had encountered that puzzle and it was in the order of the thickness of the line or left to right, and it had been right, we wouldn't have skipped a beat. So you have to work harder to make puzzles where there is only one reasonable answer, and when you get it, you have an aha moment. So I do think that was the problem there. It's a missed opportunity to have a clever puzzle. All right, so it told us to take the next page. The painting and then an old child's bedroom. All right, we've got an old child's bedroom. I entered the small bedroom, a faded quilt, frayed with time, lay draped over the bed. Nearby stood a bedside table, its drawer secured by an unusual mechanical lock, which I don't see the lock, but this is a puzzle. I do see here, XXX. So it looks like we just have to give a digit to the train, a digit to the balloon, and a digit to the sailboat. Take the next page. Okay, so before we take the next page, though, let's read this diary. November 1st, Wednesday, 1922. So current time. This might be John writing. Mesmerized, I approached the grand mirror downstairs. Since I first saw Samuel in the glass, I've questioned my sanity. Oh, maybe this is the art thief. I fled Ipswich prison, choosing this manor as my refuge. But was it ever a sanctuary? As I drew nearer, my reflection in the mirror wavered, dissolving into a vision of the past. The manor was alive with people celebrating. Candlelight bathed the rooms, shadows dancing on the walls. A radiant woman stood beside a laughing man, holding a little girl's hand. Guests toasted and mingled, and there on the edge of it all stood Samuel, distant and preoccupied. Okay, so he's seeing a vision 80 years ago, and Samuel is again being creepy. Okay, and we still haven't solved this yet. This isn't a puzzle in and of itself, but it did tell us to take the next page. Okay, let's go ahead and cut this. Okay, so we've got a fold here, which is a postcard. And we've got, in addition, a little cutout. It looks like the tree is getting into the wall. Okay. So the child's bedroom. We came up the stairs. That's where the painting is. Here's the child's bedroom. So we got past, we're over here. There's the child's bedroom. And then the closet is here. And doors to the dining chamber here. All right. Closet, children's room. Okay, here's the toys. Toys were scattered across the room, a clear sign it had been a child's haven. Stuffed animals and trinkets lay in quiet disarray, from large remnants of cherished childhood play to small mementos of fleeting happiness. So we've got numbered items, but interestingly, we don't have items that match these. We don't have a train. We don't have a balloon, though we have a ball that looks a bit like a balloon. We have a sailboat that looks a little bit like the corners here. I'm not sure that we have anything that looks like a train with smoke. Could be that these are unrelated. In fact, this is a puzzle in itself, so maybe those are totally unrelated. But let's keep looking. All right, now if this is interesting. Oh, these are two different puzzles. Okay, let's take a look at this one. The closet door was firmly shut, and vines and roots had started to creep over it. A dark hole in the crumbling wall offered a glimpse inside, revealing shelves that once held children's toys. So here's the closet. I guess we're looking into this room. But we're not looking into this, right? We're looking into the closet with shelves. That's different. These are toys scattered across the room. Where is this puzzle room? This isn't on our map. This is this one. This one is the bed chamber. The dining room doors are here. Where is this? This is just toys in the bed chamber, I guess. I don't know why it's not on the map. All right, let's take a look at these doors here, though. The dining room doors were closed. Above them, 2 rows of ancient tablets bore symbols: a coiled serpent, a sprawling tree. I don't know where that. There's the sprawling tree. A bird with outstretched wings. I guess that's here. And other strange shapes. Oh, let's not try to solve any of these yet. Let's take a look at this last little item here. The postcard about a big steamship. On a ship, chimneys are called funnels. Carmania has 2. This is the RMS Carmania, the Royal Majesty's Service Carmania. Postcard. Let's just take a closer look at. We can read this text. Carte postale, Welt Postverein, Union Postale Universelle. Whole bunch of foreign names. I don't know what that's about. The RMS Carmania. All right. So let's talk about this for a second. We have in front of us several puzzles and items. 4 puzzles, to be clear. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only one of them are going to be solvable at this point. We have to figure out which and then solve it. Let's just make some observations. This is weird. This pheasant plate is overhanging the edge here. That's a painting here. Child's bedroom looks like it's very clear. We have to come up with 3 digits here. For a boat, a train, and a balloon, perhaps. And maybe this is the boat, but does this have a number? The Carmania has 2. So it may be that this just refers to boat, and this would be a 2, and we have to wait till we find 2 more to get into the bedroom. This is its own puzzle. So how would you get 3 digits from this set? How would we pick 3 of these, and in what order? Doesn't feel like we should have an answer to that yet. Feels like maybe these 2 don't have answers yet, although I could be wrong. Let's look at these 2 then. Closet door, a dark hole offered a glimpse inside, revealing shelves that once held child's toys. It feels like we can't see inside that yet, so we shouldn't be able to. We don't have use for this yet. Unless we think it goes somewhere else, but I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me that we would use this yet. That leaves us with this one. So it's a row, 2 rows of ancient tablets, some of which we recognize, but not all of them. Well, okay, this is some people, let's see. All right, let me check in with the chat. I think the closet and the scattered toys are supposed to go together. I think it's meant to be the same puzzle symbol. Well, I think you've got a very good point. It's not quite the same symbol, but it does actually look like one is inside the other. So I think you could make a case that the answer to this puzzle is animals from large to small. So if you said animals from large to small, you'd get 4, 6, 9. I think that's exactly right. So Jonathan, I think you were exactly right. Now, the cute part about that was noticing that we don't have this symbol on our floor plan, and what does that mean? And Jonathan concluding that these 2 go together. The only thing I don't like is that this doesn't seem to be describing what's in the closet. It seems to be describing toys in the room. But okay, animals from large to small. That's clearly what it is. Okay, 469. So let's answer this closet puzzle 469. The one saving grace here, well, I guess you could argue a bunch of things that we should be trying to combine this with various places. I just don't logically love that it goes on top of this. I do like this little hint, though. Okay, 469. Peering through the hole in the crumbling wall, I spotted a small clay bird figurine nestled on one of the dusty shelves. I reached inside and pulled it out. This was no ordinary toy. It looked ancient. Okay, let's take a look at it then. Oh boy. The clay bird felt powerful. It seemed to embody both grace and untamed strength. And then we've got a very elaborate folding thing. This episode feels like it's designed to cause me trouble. Again, this very thick paper makes this a little bit more unpleasant. I suppose it's time for a break. I could go and print this out on thinner paper. We do have instructions though, so this is really just about following instructions. All right, let's play with it a little while, and then if I get frustrated, I'll take a little break and reprint this out. So we're folding it, and then we're folding it again. Folding it, opening it up, and folding it again. Okay. And then we're going on the diagonal. And we're opening up and going on this diagonal. Okay, and then we're going, after doing a lot of creasing, we're doing that old fold, not like this. On this side, we're folding in to make a triangle, but the colored signs suggest that we're supposed to make a triangle with the colored parts out. I almost got it. So I did this, so it has to be the opposite. I think I just need to reverse these folds first. Okay, now how do we get our triangle like this? Okay, we've got our triangle now with the colored part, the printed part on the outside, and then it feels like it wants, and this is where the folds start breaking down, not being proper, but it feels like it's this stuff that it wants me to fold on. Hard to get this right on this thick paper. It wants this folded this way, and this folded this way. And now we're in a bit of trouble. It wants this. This paper is too thick. Okay, there's our bird. We got him basically right. Miracle of miracles. Perhaps we've got this bird good enough. All right. So we've succeeded and won the game because I have managed to fold this bird, which is a victory for us. Perhaps victory enough to call this game succeeded, finished, and won? No, we have to keep going, but we can take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So really, I thought I was doing this game a favor by printing it out on heavy cardstock, but it has caused us some issues when it comes to folding. We have folded the bird, and I have gotten my reward. A little chocolate here that they don't sell normally in America. Britain, I believe, is the country that you can find an arrow. I have had plenty of arrow in my time, though. I do think, after all folding puzzles, it is reasonable to get a little treat. Arrow is full of air. That's its thing. Okay. I mean, I don't really get the point of an arrow, but now Maltesers I get. Maltesers are better than America malted milk balls. Okay, so clearly we have what amounts to the answer to this puzzle. Clearly it's snake, that's the first digit, tree as our second digit, and this weird Egyptian face as number 3. How would you assign digits to these, though? If I had to, I guess I'd go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I had to guess, I would guess, and then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I think the digits here are going to be 3, 1, 4. What do we think? I love the lion bars from the UK too. The lion bars are good too. Lion bar is like it's got like Rice Krispies in it and caramel. Caramel, like chocolate Rice Krispies. Yeah, lion bars are better than American, most American candy bars. And but the Britain seems to like these airy, like there's violet, which is not good. There's the arrow, which is just seems like pointless, like you're getting ripped off. Like the marketers figured out, hey, let's take this chocolate bar, get rid of half the chocolate and just fill it with air. But the Maltesers are much better malted milk balls than the American version we have as malted milk balls you can buy are called Whoppers, and they are vastly inferior to Maltesers. The other thing that the other snack, the cookies, hobnobs, are very good. The British hobnobs are very addictive little biscuits, sweet biscuits, cookies. All right, let's go in and put in the answer here. The non-candy eaters in the channel are probably getting sick of this discussion. Okay, so I think this puzzle... Does anyone have a different theory about how we would get 3 digits from this? 3, 1, 4, I believe. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Snake. Tree. I believe that's going to be right. Okay, let's try it. Yeah. With a heavy creak, the dining room doors swung open, revealing... I gotta get this soundboard better so I can just get to it. Okay. It's still creaking? With a heavy creak, the dining room door swung open, revealing a grand hall shrouded in dust and silence. A long dining table stretched across the room. Yeah, we're probably done with the bird. Let's see what we've got here. Dining table. Oh, it looks like it's matching our painting. Interesting. And another postcard. Okay, let's see what we got here. Dining table. The table seemed set for a grand meal, but every piece of food was an imitation. The cheese too smooth, the apple too glossy, the grapes waxy. Even the wine bottle was a hollow prop. I sketched the scene, trying to grasp this carefully crafted illusion of a feast. So clearly, this is this with a couple changes, right? Like apple here, looks like a pear and a plum here. Looks like cheese instead of pheasant. These look the same. This looks the same. Wine bottle looks relatively the same. This looks different. This looks like it's got some fruits and apples and, I don't know, cauliflower or something. And here it's just grapes. And then this is different. Interesting. Okay, we have a new diary entry. November 2nd, Thursday, 1922, saw Samuel leading the girl away from the celebration. This is him looking in the reflection of the mirror. She glanced back, reluctant to leave the lively hall, but Samuel seemed hurried. He led her up the grand staircase in silence, his gaze distant, drawn to something unseen. Escorting her to her room, he tucked her in with the same absent care as if his mind was elsewhere. Then he turned away and made his way back down to his chambers in the basement, leaving her alone. That's creepy. I wonder if Samuel's not going to be the bad guy here. But boy, that's creepy. Okay, so I see something interesting here, like an I and an E. What do you call these big, I don't know what they're called now, but I know there is a LaTeX package called Letterine for making those. Okay, here's a puzzle called Missing Door. The floor plan showed a door here. Instead, I found three imposing Greek columns, a Doric column, a Corinthian column, and an Ionic column standing against a blank wall, leaving me puzzled. So, I don't know, this is teaching a little bit about columns. A Doric, Corinthian, and Ionic. And where are these? If we match the puzzle, he's saying they're right here. There should be a door. There's not a door, it's columns. Let's circle the ones we solved. We solved that one, and we solved that one. So if we could find a digit for each of these, that would be 3 digits, Doric, Corinthian, Ionic. There is also something odd about the spacing that I can't, not sure the significance of. And then here's our postcard. Here we have another ship with a different number of funnels. Here's the RMS Mauritania. 4 grand funnels, the Mauritania is a true queen of the Atlantic. Then there's a number here, but I think, am I wrong that that's just a generic number? Like this is a 1. Why is there a number here? Is there a number here? That's weird. But if you had to guess, you'd guess that we're going to hear about 3 ships, and then once we get an order for them, we can have 3 digits. I'm not sure what this is about. Does that suggest that it should be puzzle 5? Because, like, we didn't have any use of this. That's weird. Okay, let's remind ourselves what we have available to us. If you had to guess, maybe you'd guess that this is the puzzle for next. I don't feel like we have enough to solve this puzzle. This one I'm not sure. And of course, we could be making use of this, but this feels like it's just story. M-I-E. How would we come up with this? Okay, let me show you something I observe. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this feels like perhaps we could get 3 digits looking for the 3 things that are different. Like this is different, this is different, this is different. Like the top of this bowl is different. This quadrant, not quadrant, this section is different, this section is different, everything else is the same. I suspect that our answer here is 478, unless we have a better order. Any thoughts on this? This game, remember, is structured so it's linear. There should only ever be one puzzle that we can solve at any given time. So I suspect the fact that I have a reasonable guess here means the rest we can't solve yet. Okay, Valley says I agree with that. The only thing you could argue about is the order, but then we're in the same problem before. Is there any reason to prefer top left to right? You could argue that you should go for the ones closest to the table. I mean, there's no real way to pick. We're just going to put in the 478, and if it's not right, we'll whine and work on something else. Why do I not have a better there? I don't know why. What view do I keep changing to? That's no good. This one. Okay, I got to remember that. Okay, let's try 478. And it's the dining room puzzle table, which is this one. 4, 7, 8. Let's try it. Yeah. Recalling the still life painting by the staircase, I began rearranging the table, shifting the props that didn't match. As I moved the false food, a hidden mechanism clicked, and a section of the tabletop slid open. Inside, I found a few papers and 2 jagged shards of glass. Don't love that. Take the next page. Okay. So we've got another ship postcard, I should say. This time, got 4. Looks like it's the Olympic. The SS Olympic, the largest and heaviest liner on the Atlantic. Olympic continues to reign supreme. Okay, and this one has 4 funnels. Okay, we'll put this with our others. We have 2 4s and a 2. Okay. We have a journal entry here. Friday, November 3rd, 1922, and the vision shifted again. Now it was later in the night, the manor dark and still. I could see guests gathering near the lake, their faces drawn and pale, hands covering mouths in shock. Someone cried out, and the sound sent a chill through me as if I were there among them. Cold horror and grief hung thick in the air, settling over the guests as they realized what had happened. Through the crowd, I caught a glimpse of her, the little girl, her lifeless form floating in the water. The vision faded, leaving me staring into my own reflection, haunted by the weight of what I'd seen. Okay, so we heard rumor of tragedy in the game, and now we know what that tragedy is. A little girl floating in the water, drowned and dead. Just blowing my nose there. Okay, creepy. And more letters here. AC to go with our M, to go with our I and E. All right, let's see what else we have. This is interesting. Okay, well, we see trains, balloons, air, what's it called? An air balloon? And a ship. That matches the child's bedroom. For safekeeping, align as instructed. So I guess we're going to align these three. A train with a balloon with a ship. Lots of cutting in this episode. Five years on this channel, no blood, no terrible accidents. Seems likely it's going to happen one day, but you have to watch a lot of boring video if that's all you're here for. Align as instructed. Okay, let's align these three. Do we need to worry about the order that I just cut them in? If so, it would have been nice if there was some order, but I should have done a better job of keeping it. I suppose the channel can remind me by rewinding what the original order was. If we align them as instructed, we've got train first, then balloon, then ship, assuming this is the right order. Now this looks troublesome because I don't see that we have natural digits. It would make more sense if after we aligned it, there was only one set of digits. So can someone... I think these are all... Well, let's see. So order was train on top, hot air balloon, then one. Okay, so let's try it this way. Maybe this is going to get us a unique... Not really. Well, okay, so I thought it was going to be a situation where we had like something like this, where the only set of digits reading across, but there is another possibility. So another possibility is that we have a pattern of numbers and that we could assign numbers to the pictures. And once we do that, we would have 3 digits. Now, I see something. I see something else. Okay, this is pretty cool. All right, so maybe only one order, 3 numbers across. That's what I thought, but now I don't think so. Okay, don't tell the answer if you think you've got it, but do what DJ says. Just say when you could do it. Okay, Perry says, I just realized the digits are not sequential. Yes, I see something more, though. They're not sequential, but there's something else. There's something more that can be said. They're not just not sequential. What else do you notice about the digits? What else do you notice about the digits? Anyone want to say what you notice other than they're not sequential? On the wall, the numbers are above the drawings. Only one picture has a number above each. Well, it's an interesting theory. I'm not sure. That's an interesting theory. I was going to say something else. Okay, I was going to say it's not just that they're not sequential, it's that they're non-repeating for any column. Almost like it's a little Sudoku thing here. So but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's true that there's 9 places, but digits go from 0 to 9, so we have a missing digit too. But let me just see here. 15702. So 0, 1, 2, 3. There's no 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9. So here we're missing a 4, a 6, an 8, and a 9. Now here we have a 4, but we're missing a 1. Well, I thought that was going to be it. It certainly seems like a big coincidence that they're not repeating. Jonathan says, before making it more complicated, shouldn't we just try lining up the different ways it could be train balloon? So Jonathan is taking a different approach. He's saying, line it up so that you've got 1 digit above each. So in other words, there's only one way to do that. And then there's only one way. So if you do that, you get the thing that we initially thought, that it might just be the sequence. So I think Jonathan is probably right here. I just thought we were going to get that without changing the left-right order, but I think Jonathan's right. I think 195 is the answer here. So this is the child's bedroom puzzle. I guess we were overthinking it a little bit. Jonathan stuck to the old idea and just improved it. Okay, 195. Looks like everyone's agreeing that this seems likely to be the answer. 195. With a soft click, the lock released and the drawer slid open. Inside was a single book, its cover worn with age. A simple label on the front bore a name that sent a chill down my spine. The Diary of Samuel Thorne. That is scary. Okay, a little creepy now that we're getting the butler's diary. I guess I'll cut this too while we're at it. Who thinks Samuel is going to be evil versus people thinking who thinks Samuel is going to turn out to be a good guy? Any thoughts about that? I want him to be a bad guy because I think he's a good evil. He seems like an evil, creepy spirit. I'm a little worried that he's going to turn out to not be a bad guy. Like, has he been trying to save this girl somehow? What are these? They look like little pieces of wood. Okay, let's take a look at Samuel's diary. I am really curious. All right, so some of these cut and some of these full. Let me try not to make a mistake here. So it's a full book. His diary is a full book. That's pretty cool. Very curious to read it. Again, this heavy stock paper is doing us no favors. I'm curious to see how many of you think Samuel is evil and how many of you think Samuel's going to turn out to be a good guy. Let me see what the chat says. Anna says, maybe Samuel was a good guy, but I think he was possessed or controlled by that tree or seeds. Kit Kat says, glass shards, I think. Oh, you think those cards are pieces of glass shards? That makes sense. I want to hear what more people think of Samuel. Hexy Girl says, I think a bit of both. I think he was possessed or controlled by that tree. I don't know what this doesn't really have a line in it. Kind of weird. This to be folded. I guess they're numbered. Actually, okay. Not sure I understand how this one is supposed to work. There's no cut mark or fold mark, but this is clearly the back of the book. Is it supposed to be like this, maybe? February 1925. Nothing on the other side. Okay, I think maybe it's supposed to be like this. But what about these? Oh, this stiff paper really doesn't cooperate. January, December, January. December, January. That's very weird. December into January. All right, I think we've got the book here. A little awkward. Let's see. The Diary of Samuel Thorne, December 3rd, 1842. The seeds refused to take root. The soil, the air, the light, they reject it all, but I feel they aren't lifeless, as if they demand something else. December 8, 1842. 5 days later. I swallowed one last night. The bitterness seared my throat, a fire blooming in my chest. Then the vision, roots spreading, stars colliding, a voice not my own, whispering truths I couldn't grasp. For a moment I felt infinite, and then nothing. I woke to the voice of Miss Hart, the cook, calling my name with urgency. She had found me on the floor of my room after I failed to appear for morning duty. December 21, 2 weeks later. It was always my favorite season. Now the hum in my chest drowns out the carols. It's a pull stronger with each passing day. I can't stop thinking about that moment, the fire, the vision, the weightlessness of it all. I used to feel joy at this time of year. Now I find myself restless, consumed by what I must do to feel it again, with only a number of days until Christmas. Now we see a column here. Okay, and then we're in January, and something's been torn out here and scribbled and scritched. All of January is gone. Oh no, let's see. No, January 13th. January 14th? Oh, should we have read it like this? 13th comes first? Awkward. January 13th, the house brims with activity today. Mrs. Rutherford's birthday celebration will be grand, no doubt, but the strain of overseeing every detail feels heavier than ever. I feel the pull again. Just one more. Surely it will steady my mind and sharpen my focus for the tasks ahead. A small indulgence, a necessary one. And 14 is all scribbled. Now we're into February. Sometimes I think I see her standing at the edge of the garden just out of reach. Other times I hear her laughter in the silence. Am I mad, or am I finally seeing clearly? My hands tremble without cause, the veins beneath my skin pulsing as if something moves within. The hum grows louder. like a heartbeat beneath the floor. February 25, 1843. The hum no longer fades. The roots coil tighter in my dreams, showing me the way. They promise it isn't too late. She can return. No illusion, nothing ends. Okay, that is the last entry from February. So clearly, this event, Mrs. Rutherford's birthday, was the celebration that he was seeing here, right? Here's the celebration he was seeing. Oh, we have dates. I guess not. November. So all the celebration and dead body was in November. But here he is seeing the girl standing at the edge of the garden, just out of reach. All right, so in this diary, let's take a look at some observations. He's eating that evil seed. That's scary. All right, so what else do we see? We have dates and we have letters. W, is that an I, a T, an E, and an R. W, I, T, E, R. And possibly one missing, right? W, I, T, E, R. And where would the missing one be if there was one after the T? So could be wither. In fact, there might be a hint that there is a missing letter. Oh, yes, you're right. That's a very good point. The diary here is from our present day, from the hiding art thief. So he may be seeing this date that this guy is writing about at the birthday celebration. So this could be from January 13, 1843. And I think this is suggesting that there is a missing letter, which I think makes sense if it was an H spelling out wither. But what else do we have here? We also have the columns. So it looks like this column here is, sorry, let's see if we can all do it. This is this column. And it says number of days till Christmas. So I think that means this is a 4. And then, okay. This is closer to this. So is this a 1? Which one is this then? Tiny little curls at the top. I guess that is closer to this one. Maybe if you know about Doric, Corinthian, Ionic, it makes sense that this picture matches this one that's a little hard to see, the Corinthian. Does anyone give us a lesson on Corinthian, Ionic, and Doric? But regardless, we're clearly on the right track. No illusion, nothing ends. I think that just means there's a 0 there. So I think the code here is 041. I wouldn't mind a little bit of a lesson on columns. This back of the book is pretty weird. There's a tree. There's a little, this could be the Aurora Borealis, the whatever, the snake that eats itself. Oh, sorry. Okay. Look at the last column. Okay. So the channel has spotted something. I see it now. I thought no illusion, nothing ends would mean a 0, but it's not. Look at what the channel saw. 9. Okay, that's a good catch. So instead of being 0, we think that's a 9. Let's just check the others. This is just a 1. Number of days to Christmas, clearly 4. Okay, let's see if Anna can give us a little history lesson. The Doric is the oldest plane, the Ionic is swirly, the Corinthian is the youngest, it's leafy. Okay, it's still a little weird that these look so similar. This one versus this one. I don't see one being leafy, but one is clearly got big curls and one has small curls. Okay, very good spotting about the 9. I think it's a little odd that the words seem to suggest the number 0. Would make sense if they were more, if they didn't have any meaning, and then you'd have to figure out. Okay. So Samuel is eating the seeds and has gotten addicted and turning into some possessed person. However, from our standpoint, all we need to know for now is how to answer this puzzle. So this is the FU symbol for puzzle. 195. The curls on the columns go in different directions. Is that our key? The curls on the columns go in different directions. Not really, no. They're both going clockwise on the right and counterclockwise on the left. Let's give this a try. If we're wrong, we'll reevaluate. 941. Does anyone think this is going to be wrong? I guess it could be wrong if we get those curls wrong. Let's try it. Something in the diary had led me here. As I pressed my hand to the stone, a numbness crept through my fingers and the wall wavered, then faded like mist. In its place stood a door. Had been there all along, but something had veiled it, as if the manor itself had tried to erase its presence. And now, for reasons unknown, it had let me through. So we just did this one. We've already done this one. We did the child's bedroom. Have we not done this one, or did we do that one? Dining table. Dining room doors. We did do that one. Okay, so we've done all these and we're making our way this way into the withdrawing chamber now. Take the next page. Okay, it's led us through the door. Remember, there were columns here instead of a door, and now the door has appeared. Okay. We've got more boats, ships, and more shards of something. And more journal entries. Okay. Maybe we'll keep all our journal entries together. Our book, we've done the column. Here's our new boat. It's just got a single funnel. It's the RMS Carpathia. In 1912, the Carpathia earned her place in history when she rescued the survivors of the Titanic. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's put it with the other boats. Let's read our next journal. November 5, Sunday, 1922. Silence has taken hold of the house. I've neither seen nor heard from John in 3 days. The house feels emptier now, as if it knows I'm alone. The mirror haunts me still. I cannot bring myself to face it again, yet not after what I saw. The images remain vivid in my mind like fragments of a dream I cannot wake from. Okay, and then we've got a broken mirror, which is here. The door to the corridor had a small broken mirror attached to it, with shards scattered across the floor. Someone or something had shattered it. And that's what we have here, shattered pieces of this mirror. So let's go ahead and cut these last 2 pieces out. See if we can't make sense of them. Okay, there's our 4 pieces. Cut. Clean up our workspace a little bit. Maybe Samuel convinced, let's see. I wonder if Samuel is the tree now. Interesting. Jonathan says, maybe Samuel convinced John to restart some sort of ritual, and that's why the house seems more supernatural now than when John and the art thief first arrived. Interesting. And Hexy Girl thinks that Samuel is the tree. That makes sense if he was eating those seeds that wouldn't grow in any soil. They could be growing in the person. Okay, so we've got 4 shards of glass here, of mirror, and here's our broken mirror. Here's our diary entry, and this is the only puzzle available to us. It's this puzzle here. So we must solve this broken puzzle. Okay. How are we going to get a 3-digit number out of this? Is this telling us the arrangement here? Should we try to reconstruct the order here and the orientation? That looks like we might get digits here almost. Almost looks like we could arrange these to get digits. But okay, here's the order that they are here. This almost looks like a number. Like, could we... I'm not quite. Like, that's not gonna... What? How would we have an order for these? It's a mirror, so maybe it's reversed again. Remember that trick? The door to the corridor had a small broken mirror. Its jagged edges remained in the frame. Almost as if it's telling us if we had a frame, what would it look like? This is weird. This one stands out as being like not part of a number. Like you could imagine you would get a number here, a 1 or something. This one weird. Why is this curved? Can you combine this with something? Should we be reversing it? If we reversed it, we would get like this. That doesn't seem to help much. So this is if we kept everything where it was, but the other option is to somehow rearrange these. Has to give us a 3-digit number though, that's odd. And this part about the frame, the jagged edges remained in the frame. There are, where's my other jagged edge? The other thing that's weird is that there are 4 of them, not 3. If there were 3, I would think we could get something with each. It doesn't reset when I do this, does it? Ooh, yes it does. Okay. So every time I go to that break, I've got a little counter here that tells me how long we've been playing between breaks. But I see it messes up when I switches to that. Someone let me know when we've played about an hour since our last break, and we'll take a break. Okay, let me see what the chat has to say. The cuts look like 1 and 4. 714. The first letter number looks like an upside down 4. I mean, this looks like a number. This looks like part of a number. This looks like nothing. John says it has been about an hour. Maybe break after this puzzle. Okay, thank you. I almost feel like it's a frame that's of some significance to us. Like, what if we spread this out and imagined a frame? We don't know if we're supposed to rearrange these or not, though. But if they're stuck in the frame, then it feels like we shouldn't be moving these. They should be in the frame, whatever that means. Like if you did a frame around this, what would you get from the empty spaces? This could be... Let me see if Channel has any theories. Can the pieces be laid over the other puzzle page? I mean, that's an interesting point. Like if you put this, it almost fits in here. Then this one would fit here. This one would fit here. This one would fit here. And we don't get anything. I do think it's interesting that this... What if we put them all in a way that we could see them all? This doesn't really fit in there, but... There's no real way to put these so that... I was just thinking, is there a way to put them so they don't hide each other? Don't see any way to do that, though. Alright, let's see if there are other ideas in the chat. Kit Kat says, I have an idea. Has been about... okay, let's hear what Kit Kat's idea is. I feel like maybe we should be looking at these empty spaces. Like if you were to put these here and just look at the empty spaces, could that get you something? If you place each separately and trace the shape, will they make a number? I like this idea, actually. I like this idea as a general idea. Let's try it. Let's do this. The idea here is that we have a frame that looks like this. Okay. We have a square frame. And then as we put one in there, maybe we'll start with this one here. As we put one in there, what if we traced like the spaces here for each of them? This one will go in the frame and trace out this. I like the way this is looking, actually. This is pretty smart. I think we're gonna get it. I think we're gonna get it. That's pretty cute. That is pretty cute. How neat is that? How neat is that? Now that's clever. It's clever particularly because of these little hints. Jagged edges remained in the frame. Wow, that is pretty neat. I'm not sure we've seen that before in a puzzle, have we? $217. I mean, that's your little aha moment, right? When you look at that, there can be no doubt. It's 217. Good job, Kit Kat and Valley. All right, why don't we take a break? When we come back, we'll enter that in, go through the mirror or whatever we're going to do. Got a couple more puzzles left. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. The chat figured out this puzzle, a pretty neat one that came together as we did it. 217 broken mirror. Let's go ahead and put that in. It's the little Wicker Man puzzle symbol. 217. I placed the shards back into the frame, but the cracks remained, distorting the reflection. Some things once broken can never be restored. I opened the door to the corridor. Okay. Looks like we got some more stuff. Are the sound effects adding anything? Or should I stop trying to put those sound effects in? One of the nice things about playing these little 4-part games is the people who are joining me for 4 parts are the little hardcore group here. Sort of get used to each other. All right, we've got another postcard. This is of the RMS Ivernia. The Ivernia is one of the early liners of the 20th century. Okay, the Ivernia. These are real ships, it seems. We've got 5 of them so far. Oh boy, we got 2 journal entries that look scary. Here's our first one. Monday, November 6, 1922. So this is not back... This is 1922. Not Samuel's diary, but the diary of the art thief. Ghostly eyes stared back at me from the glass tonight, but they weren't mine. Something else grinned through the reflection, its gaze hollow and wrong. The real Victor Aldridge, still rotting in Ipswich prison? This body, this place, it's all a reflection. I did not escape, they just moved the bars. Rushing to the front door, I barely breathed, my hands already reaching for the handle. It wouldn't turn. I took a step back. The entrance was gone. Just a wall, seamless, as if the door had never been there at all. The windows, the servants' passage, I tried them all. Nothing would open. I'm trapped. Tuesday, November 7th, 1922. Rot lingers in the air, thick and cloying, creeping into my lungs. The scent of damp decay clings to the drapes on the carpet beneath my feet. But the house was dry yesterday. I barely slept. I sat in the grand hall, watching the place where the door should be, willing it to return. It didn't. I ran my hand along the walls, desperate to find a crack, anything to prove this wasn't real. There was nothing. I am still here. And now the house is breathing. Okay, that's very creepy. So we've gotten past this puzzle in the withdrawing chamber, and we've made our way to the bedroom door. And here is our puzzle. Pinned to the center of the door was a yellowed note, its edges curling with age. Through the ink, though the ink had faded, the ornately drawn letters retained their sharpness, arranged in a precise grid. Okay, we can already guess that this may have something to do with all of the ornate letter art here. Let's make sure we've got this in the right order. First, second, third, fifth, sixth, seventh. Are we missing the fourth, or have I just... Did we not have a fourth, or did we have it and did I get rid of it by accident? Well, let's assume that I haven't gotten rid of it. And then it's just missing. We also have letters in the Diary of Samuel, but let's just work with these letters going from the 1st to the 7th. Got M, but we've got a whole bunch of M's. The next one is an I and an E. Let's see, can we trace an I and M-I-E? Not this way. Not this way. Not this way. So you can't trace a path. What if we get rid of all the M's, I's, and E's? Is something going to be left over? I'm a little hesitant to start crossing things off here in case we're wrong. We get rid of all the M's, all the I's, and all the E's. Let me just see if we will have a vowel left. M-I-E, A, and C. A and C, and then an S and an R. Guess we will have some letters left, but they're going to be like U's and O's. Jonathan has an observation. I like the sound of that. I always like when there's observations to be made. Okay, Jonathan, let's hear your observation. Though the ink had faded, the ornately drawn letters retained their sharpness, arranged in a perfect grid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, what's your observation? Let's hear it. I'm inclined to just mark all of these grids. Just mark them in the corner. There's the M's. While I'm waiting to hear Jonathan's observation. And all the I's. And all the E's. Only one E, huh? Oh, there's another one. A and C. C. Sic trans it glorum mortis. Almost looks like we're spelling something. Mortis per labor. Almost looks like it's a spell. That creeps me out. I'm just going to keep doing this before Jonathan has his comment. It's G. R. Lots of R's. We also had a word wither at some point. So if you look at just the letters that I've skipped, they do not look like they're spelling anything. T, N, T, L, O, U, O, T, P, L, B, O, U. That doesn't look like it. Let's see what Jonathan says. Jonathan says, I noticed there are 8 columns, so maybe each diary day corresponds with a column. That's interesting idea. And DJ Moneycut says, I see it. Okay, well, I love your observation that each day corresponds with a column. Is that true, though? We have the first, the second, the third. Then we don't have a fourth, but I could be missing it. And then we have 6, 7. We have the 5th, 6th, and 7th. I love this idea. Let's see if Jonathan's idea is right. On the first day, we have an M. On the second day, we have an I and an E. I'm loving it. On the third day, we have an A and a C. So far, Jonathan's theory seems right. On the fourth day, we're missing it. Maybe it's in my pile here. I'll check it in a second, or maybe we can just figure it out from what's remaining. On the... Oh, wait a minute. 6, 7. We don't have an 8 either. This seems right, though. 4, 5, 6, 7. We're missing a day. We're missing an 8th, too. Maybe we can find that. On the 5th, we have an S. Okay, there is no S here. So what if the 5th is here, and then the 6th is a G? There's no G. Boy, was I liking that idea, though. And on the 7th, there's an R, but there's no R. It was a beautiful idea. It doesn't seem to be working now. Boy, it worked for the first half. Let's just take a look at if it spells anything. M-I-E-C-A, not really. We also have some letters in here, let's not forget. But that was, these letters we thought spelled wither. Well, clearly these are going with this. Okay, so let us slow down a bit. This is an enjoyable puzzle. Let's not rush. DJ says, I see it. Kit Kat says, I see it. So don't give us, don't give the answer yet. If you're sure you know the answer, don't quite give it yet. Let's just make sure we're not missing any diary pages. We don't appear to be. Okay, we haven't, don't give us the answer. Don't give us the answer. I am more interested in this as a puzzle right now for a second because it's so intriguing. First, second, third, fifth, 6, 7. So we appear to actually be missing the 4th diary page. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Now, we've tried a couple different things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this doesn't seem to match up in that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is interesting that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 columns and 8 letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The last letter is an R. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of these. Okay, let's not try to solve it. Let's try to make observations. Lots of people have figured it out in the channel. Okay, let's look for observations. We have ornate letters, 2 on some pages, 1 on others, and a gap. M-I-E. Then we went C and A. Although maybe you could argue you should go A and then C. There is no other C and A. Then the S. There's no G. The other thing that's odd is that these don't seem to be random. They seem to be a little bit in the form of words, like a spell. Sic trans, like sic trans it quorum mortis per laborum servirum. These look like spell words, but Now, it has to give us 3 digits. It looks like it's going to be spelling out those 3 digits. So in a sense, you might expect to just get 3 words of digits. But you don't know if you're reading it this way or this way. What if it's the opposite? What if the other thing it could give us is it could give us, for each letter, we could assign a number, right? Like an M is a 1, an I and an E are 2. Do any of these letters repeat? No. So if you give me 3 letters, I can give you 3 digits from 1 to 7. But how would you pick those 3 letters? Seems more likely that we would be spelling out things, but it's hard to spell digits using just these numbers, right? Like G, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I mean, G is in an 8, and that's it. And there's no H here. Well, maybe we're barking up the wrong tree there. The other thing we could look at is, okay. It's a colored grid thing again, right? Like, look, I crossed out all the letters, and in fact, that was the right thing to do, right? Because look, these are crossed out, and then these are crossed out, and these are crossed out. So it was my original idea of crossing out letters that are in the books, in the diaries, and we're just getting a 0, 3, 1. Okay, so it's the old game of coloring in cells on a grid. Just tricky enough because we thought we were looking for words. Yeah? So if I had actually crossed out full letter grids, we probably would have seen it more easily. It probably would have jumped out. But I was so concerned about just putting little marks in the corners in case we were wrong that I didn't want to fill them all in. But clearly we know what the answer is now. Again, if we had just fully colored these as we saw them, but then maybe we would be wrong and we didn't want to do it. Okay, 0, 3, 1. Good job to everyone who saw that quite a bit before I did. All right, so we've got a sideways E, a little Enron E, 0, 3, 1. As I opened the door, a sudden chill washed over me. It was the unmistakable cold of the outside air. Of the outside air, huh? Well, we've made our way into the bedchamber for the last puzzle. There's 2 sheets left, though. Okay. It's a collapsed room. That's why we have the air. And then I guess this is a cut. Okay, looks like we've got another diary for Wednesday, November 8th. This morning the floor groaned, a wet, hollow sound. Then I saw it, crack, a vine pushing through the wood. The floor is damp, soft, alive. The air reeks of earth and decay. At the hall's end it was worse. A chamber collapsed. Walls swallowed by twisting roots. A hole, a shaft, sinking into the house's bones. The doors won't open. The windows won't break. This house has taken everything except this. This is the only way left. It's a collapsed room. The room was unrecognizable. Roots had burst through walls, floor, and ceiling, consuming everything. The collapse tore straight to the house's foundations. A locked display case stood in the only intact corner of the room with a long rope coiled inside. The plaque beneath identified it as a rope from a lifeboat on the Titanic. Okay, so we've got a rope. We've got a puzzle of the collapsed room. We've got a little diary entry, which probably is just a diary, not a puzzle. But we've also got a statement of all tickets issued for each of our 5 ships. So the date of the arrival for each of them, the name of the passenger. Whoa, there's Samuel Thorne from New York, 1912. All right, let's try to talk through what kind of puzzle this is going to be. How are we, in other words, how are we going to get 3 digits? How are we going to get 3 digits for this puzzle? It looks like this is our prompt. We've got rope, coiled rope from the Titanic. I guess we're going to try to climb down, maybe using the rope. Now, how are we going to get a 3-digit code from this, though? We did notice that there's different number of funnels on each ship. In fact, the earlier of these ship postcards all point out 4 grand funnels, Queen of the Atlantic. On a ship, chimneys are called funnels. Carmania has 2. The Mauritania has 4. The Olympic has 4. This one has 1. But this one mentions the Titanic. And this one also has 1. So 5 ships, 1 dealing with the Titanic, all with different numbers. 4, 2, and 1. 4, 4, 2, 1, 1. 4, 4, 2, 1, 1. Okay, and then here we have the only person we recognize, Samuel Thorne, on the Carpathia. How do we get 3 digits from this? The other thing we found is in his diary. It said wither. In Samuel's diary, it said wither. How is that relevant? How do we get 3 digits out of so much stuff? I mean, it is a rope for the Titanic. So if we focus on the Carpathia, which is what Samuel took, so he was on the Carpathia, which rescued people from the Titanic. Okay. How does that give us 3 digits? Hmm. A rope from the lifeboat on the Titanic. Of course, it's possible that some of our other items might be used here, in particular the diary of Samuel. If we think there's other things. Okay, so we don't have to worry about these letters, I don't think, because we've written them out and they spell wither. April 1912. That doesn't match anything we have here. Do we need to worry about this text? The roots coil tighter, showing me the way. The roots coil tighter like a coiled rope. A rope coiled inside. This is interesting. How do we get 3 digits? How do we get 3 digits for this puzzle? Is there something we're missing? Is there writing on the floor? The room was unrecognizable. Roots had burst forth through walls, floor, and ceiling. You could imagine that those would be our 3 digits. Walls, floor, ceiling. If we could associate. I do find this weird too. Coil. And I don't know how to make more sense out of that. Feels like it's got to be the boats. got to be the boats, but how can we make sense? Okay, let's just look at other stuff. Any difference in this upper left stuff? No. What if what we care about are the letters of the ship's names? Is that possible? Like MOCCI doesn't seem like it. Do we have dates for all these? No, we just have. However, this could put us in order. What if we look at that order? First of all, do we not have a Baltic? We don't even have a Baltic. We have an Olympia. We have a Carmania. We have we don't have a Lusitania. And then we have a Carpathia. Go back to this. Nothing told us to get the next page, right? Everything is just on these pages. Am I missing something? I think we got a boat, right? I'm not missing anything. Let's see what the chat has come up with. I have an inkling, but no, I'm not 100%. Jonathan has an observation. You're not missing anything. Okay, let's hear the observation, Jonathan. Don't give us solutions, but if you have observations, I love that this I love that this puzzle actually is one of the rare ones where I'm having trouble thinking about how to get 3 digits. Here is one possibility. Only 3 of these ships do we own. So here's a possibility. Olympia, Carmania, and Carpathia. So if I had to guess now, I would guess the answer is, is the Olympia 4, the Carmania 2, and the Carpathia 1. If I had to guess, I'd guess 4, 2, 1. Any thoughts about that? What do you think? Kit Kat says, I agree. Valley says, I think that's it. Perry says, sounds right. Jonathan says, makes sense to me. Hexy Girl says, has to be it. All right. Well, let's give it a try and find out. A little weird, but okay. All right, there's our puzzle. A drowning man icon symbol. 4, 2, 1. I unlocked the case, took the rope, ready to climb down. Then I paused, realizing I could just take the stairs to the basement where I had already seen the tree. With a sigh, I left the rope behind and went the sensible way. Is that a little joke? Why doesn't he climb down? Okay, we went back the way we came. And here we have the final piece of paper. Whoa, I think we were right. That's Samuel. Holy cow, that's creepy. Thursday, November 9. In the dim light, the thing rises. A tree, but nothing of the earth I know. Its trunk twists in impossible ways, its roots sprawled like grasping fingers, tearing through stone and floorboards. It does not belong here. It does not belong anywhere. I see glimpses through the twisted gaps. I can't read through a room long forgotten, untouched by time, yet consumed by it. A figure wrapped in bedcloth, still as death. Another half formed, neither tree nor man, its bones entwined with roots, its hollow eyes watching me. I close my eyes, but the vision remains. Is the door truly there, or has it never been? I don't know what's real anymore. My hand shakes as I press charcoal to paper, desperate to capture the impossible. If I don't, I'll forget. And if I do, I'll never unsee it. And now we have something very strange. We have, I guess they're all the same symbols. 4 symbols, identical. They appear to be this final puzzle. And here's the door we're looking at that is open. We could maybe escape from here. Who are these 2 figures? One may be Samuel, one may be John, one could be Victor, the art thief. There should be 3 people missing. Okay, what have we got here? This is our puzzle. Here's the tree. Whoa, look underground at the roots. It's like the Mesopotamian skeletons. Okay, and around here we have numbers in cuneiform. 2, that's a 3, that's a 4, that's a 6, that's a 5, that's a 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then around here we have letters. WTEONIS. Doesn't seem to be spelling anything. What if we spell it in this order? O. What is this? Maybe that's an I. OIETNUS. Doesn't seem right, but let me just write it out. We go in this order. We get O, I, E, T, N, U, S. All right. We need to get 3 digits out of this too. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 birds. Okay, let's just make our observations. Here are some observations. In the diary, we saw the word wither, or W-I-T-E-R, missing an H. That's one observation. W-I-T-H-E-R. So the word wither is here on this circle. That's interesting. If we take wither, what can we do with it? We don't have numbers here. W I T H E R. That gives us 3 unique numbers. That's interesting. The W has no digit, but the I has the digit 2. The T has the digit 4. The H has no digit. The E has the digit 3. And the R has no digit. What do you think about that? Two, 4, 3. From Samuel's diary. The other thing you could do is you could try drawing lines like W to I, to T to H, to E to R. I mean, you might want to do that just for the fun of it. W to the I, from the I to the T, from the T to the H, to the E, to the R. Doesn't seem to be anything, but we still have our 2, 4, 3s. Okay. Consistent with the other puzzles, says Perry. Jonathan says, I think that 2, 4, 3 is probably correct. All right, well, here we go. So we've got a little pitchfork symbol, and we think it might be 2, 4. We might be getting out of this house if we're lucky. Valley says, I feel like that's too simple. All right, well, let's try. Whoa, that's not it. That's not it. What if it's right, but in the wrong order, and we have to go... Oh, no, because we used the 2 for that, for the digits. So... Not it, huh? I really did think that was going to be it. If we look at the W, I, E, E, R, W-I-T-E-R, and I filled in the H. Is there anything else you could fill it in with other than H? But it wouldn't matter because our whole plan is that only 3 of the letters have numbers. All right, let's check for errors. This is definitely a 4. That's definitely a 3. That's definitely a 2. What about the order that I spelled them out in? W-I-T-H-E-R. 2, 4, 3. Should we be doing them in the order that they're... But the order that they're in here is W-I-T-H-E-R. All right. W-I... What are we missing? So one possibility is we're missing the order somehow. the other ideas that we're missing entirely, but boy, this seems too much of a coincidence to be wrong. If we're right, though, that it's wither, is there some sense in which the order could be wrong? What if the book was spelling winter? Oh boy, I love this idea that I was looking at this, trying to imagine what other word it could be that was guessing the H. And you're right, but it doesn't work, does it? Because the page that's missing comes after the T. But boy, is that a nice idea. Jonathan says we should try 432 in case it's just going clockwise here. I mean, that would be consistent with complaints about the game. All right, let's try 432, and then I want to listen to Kit Kat seems to have another thing. You think, let me just check the order of the diary and make sure that WINT is in the right order. 8th, 12th, T is next. Unless this isn't January 14th and is January 1st. That's an interesting idea. Sure looks like 14, though. That's the reason we got this order. But if it's January 1, then WINTER would be winter, which is interesting in and of itself. WINTER. The problem with that theory, though, is then we have WI, which is a 2, and then the N, which is a 5, and then the T is a 4, and then the E is a 3, and the R has no thing. The problem with that theory is it would give us 4 digits. All right, let's try this clockwise, and I almost hope it's wrong, that there's something deeper, but let's try Jonathan's do the simple stuff first. So this is still doing our 2, 4, 3, but it says let's just do the order clockwise, which is T, E, I. I wonder if we couldn't anagram this for something with Samuel. Let's try this, though, rather than overthink it first. 4, 3, 2. Well, it didn't work, which is good. If it was winter, would we get a different picture? WINTE. We get a very weird picture. Doesn't help us. Interesting. Okay, I have a weird thought. Okay, let's hear it. I mean, clearly we're on the right track, right? Clearly it's the letters in the diary which spell out WITER. Here's a possibility that maybe this is supposed to rotate. Is it possible that this is not rotated correctly? I mean, what even is this that we're looking at? We don't know. Which is a weird thing in and of itself, right? Like, we're just given this. We don't even know what we're looking at. All we know is that he's trying to draw it. Let's look at this clue again, because it is interesting what it says. He sees all these things in this room. He sees all of this. He sees all of this. He's describing it. And then he says, is the door there? He's pressing charcoal to paper to capture this image for this door. But what is this? Like, where is this from? Where in the game is this supposed to be? It is a little odd how it's oriented, right? Like, these are written upright, curving this way. These are written upright, curving this way. Then we've got an O, which is sort of oddly curved. This does seem to suggest that this is the right orientation, right? Because this one has pride of place being north. The rest of these are curving the correct way. If you rotated it in any way, it would be wrong. It wouldn't have this symmetry. Could we continue the numbering scheme and then take the numbers for the underground letters in Wither, the ones among the roots? That is a very interesting idea. That is a very interesting idea. Okay, let me see if I can capture this idea and repeat it because it's very interesting. When we look at WITHER, if we're right about this, we get 3 digits. We tried those 3 digits, they don't work. And what Valley is suggesting, or maybe Jonathan is suggesting, that means 3 letters don't have digits. And what if the way we solve this is we figure out what the 3 digits without numbers, 3 letters without numbers have, and use those alternatives? I love this idea. Okay, let's see if we can make sense of this numbering scheme. What have we got? Any logic to this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's all the ones above ground. I like this idea a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you would expect then that the second half of the digits are down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We should have 8, 9, and 0. How do we place our 8, 9, and 0? It is interesting that there's only 3 showing. It's a little bit troublesome, actually. But okay. What alternatives do we have? 8, 9, and 0, huh? Boy, this could be a real wild goose chase, but it's a very intriguing idea. Could be a wild goose chase, though. Valley and Kit Kat's observation was we've seen the tree symbol in the middle previously in another puzzle. I mean, we saw it above the door. We've also got clues here. Like, here's our clue for the W. Let me look at this first, and then if you want to try to find the puzzle with the tree. Is there anything on this page that would tell us? I swallowed 1 last night, but we're just looking for a 7 or 8 or 9. Could this be the 8? What about, what's our next one that we're missing? The H. We don't have an H. Okay, but maybe by process of elimination we could get it. We're looking for W and H and R. Okay, let's look at our R. Let's see what the date is on the R. That doesn't work. That doesn't work unless we think it's this 9. R would be a 9. W would be a nothing. That doesn't really work. That doesn't really work. Puzzle with the tree in the center. You just mean the puzzle with the above the door had the tree, right? I don't see how that helps us here, to be honest. Hmm. Boy, I really like this idea that it could be these numberings of these patterns. What pattern do you see? +4, -3, +5. 2 + 5 is 7. 3 + 4, that doesn't work. On the door and on the bird. On the bird, huh? Yes, we did see it on the bird. There are more symbols, but I don't see how we get numbers out of that. I mean, the bird was here. I don't see how that gets us anywhere. I mean, we can just think for a little bit if we can find a pattern here. I love this idea. -4, +3, +5, 2 + 5, 7, but the pattern doesn't work here. plus 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1. I mean, if I had to guess, there's a pattern. Plus 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1. Now we can put a 7 here. Plus 4 minus 3 plus 5. On what basis would we do that? Seems very far-fetched. Plus 4 minus 3 plus 5. Would you do a minus 3 again, or would you increase? We're not even looking for a 7. We already have a 7. Has to be 890. Those have to be the digits. We just don't know in what order, if we're right that it's these missing digits. Hmm. Hmm. Doesn't seem super likely, but should we try 809? W is December 8. 8, since the page is missing. R is 9 from the acrostic. Boy, that would be insanity, Jonathan. But, I mean, we can just try it. The worst we're doing is losing some points. Jonathan says, try 809. I don't see it, but we've got very little to lose. This would be impossible. This can't possibly be it. Can't possibly be it. We could take a hint, but Kit Kat says, I have a thought about the bird. Okay, let's hear your thought about the bird. I mean, there are little numbers somewhere, but can't possibly. You could turn the bird to each of the things, but I just don't see it. Can we make more observations? The bird is in some way important to this puzzle. I think you've got an interesting point. I mean, this tree matches exactly the tree on the bird. That's a very intriguing point. If we point the bird to the letters W, I, what does he do? Is it these guys? But we already put in this number. I do think you're making a point. Like, look at him. He fits right on this horizon line. He also seems to point to this R and point to some missing thing here. But how can it be that it's not wither? W I T H E R. What was our snake and our whitey? I mean, we already put those in as answers. Let me see. The wingspan fits in the symbol. If you put it on the lines you drew, does it point to numbers? I mean, we did draw these lines between W-I-T-H-E-R and not counting this one. if we do that, we get what? I don't know how we would, not sure how we would do that. It seems more likely that he just sits here. Okay, let me see. Not sure how yet, but I think we have to play around with it to be able to see things. And Belly says, oh, I think I get it. The pairs of letters in wither are opposite each other. The pairs of letter in wither are opposite each other. W-I-T-H-E-R. Yes, well, I guess that makes sense. That's what I've drawn. W-I-T-I-T-H-E-R. But that's a little weird. Like this goes this way, this goes this way. These H and E are not exactly opposite. W-I and I to T, are they opposite? I guess W-I, T and H, E and R, W-I-T-H-E-R, 3 pairs. So if W-I is a pair, and it's pointing to the E, which is a 3, is that what you think is happening here? That if we put it on W-I, his beak is pointing to the 3. And then TH, his beak is pointing to the 5. And then ER, his beak is pointing to the 2. Boy, that's cute. WITHER. The beak is like a pointer. That's exactly what I think it is. Yes, like that. Yes, yes. You guys are pretty good today. You guys are pretty on top of your game today. I think this matching of this symbol being exact is quite a clever little clue. The fact that this sits right on this horizon is pretty good. Now the H matters. Well, this is surely the answer. Oh, pretty clever. Pretty good. You guys are on fire today. I think whoever figured this out gets MVP for today. That looks like it was a bit of a group effort here. What do you think, Jonathan? Got some pretty clever birds here today. Okay, 352. Let's go ahead. It's clearly this bird. It's very smart of the group to figure out that this bird was the key. Not sure how long it would have taken me to figure that out, but that's pretty smart. All right, here we go. An appropriately challenging final puzzle. You can't really complain about that. The only complaint you could make is that the other answers were plausible too. This is more satisfying how it pulled in the bird. All right, here we go. As I positioned the bird, a deep vibration filled the air, and with a sudden crack, the massive tree split apart, revealing a hidden doorway. I stepped into Samuel's quarters, the air heavy with decay. At the center of the room stood a skeletal figure, entwined with roots, just as Victor had described. But I gasped when I saw the bed. John lay there, lifeless, his face pale and sunken, thin roots twisting from his skin, stretching toward the monstrous form in the room's center. That's our friend John. Congratulations, you've completed the 4th episode. That's it. That's our finale. I did warn you that it wasn't clear whether this game was actually ending here. A little bit of an ambiguous ending. Like, it feels like we could just leave. We could just run through the door. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to take a... well, we've been playing for an hour and 15 minutes. Okay, we'll take our full 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll discuss the experience. I want to hear your thoughts. I'll see you in 8 minutes for final thoughts. All right, time to give our final thoughts on the mystery of Langton, the secret of Langton Manor. 4 parts. It's clear that there is a 5th part planned, that we haven't quite gotten to the end, which is interesting because we found an escape door. But the chat, Jonathan says there definitely is a 5th part. I think they're working on episode 5. I don't think it has any solid release date. Well, the group did point out that on this page that we were on, where is that page? Maybe it was here. Okay. On the final page, it said, for updates on the upcoming final episode. So there is one more episode planned. This one just got released in May, so it's not clear how long we'll have to wait for it. I believe when you purchase access to the set, you will get the 5th one. So we will eventually, assuming they finish it, I don't know why they wouldn't, they've done 4. We will play the 5th episode when it arrives. Okay, and then there was a question about visiting for updates. Visit the Instagram. So I guess what we can see here is this middle one at the top is about the sale, which is going on right now. And then the top left is about Langton Manor, talking about playing the game. And then what else do we have here? This looks like mostly about Langton Manor. What are some of these other things? I don't really know or understand. These are just all pictures from the case that we've been playing. Again, remember that the last episode was released in May. I don't know how long between pages. And what's this thing? Don't know what this is. Is this the thing Jonathan was talking about? Might they be working on something else? Doesn't seem like this is related to our creator of The Secret of Langton Manor. Joined 10,000 plus players exploring this haunting episodic print and play. Okay, 10,000 plus players. Here's a page of reviews. Selected as Game of 2023 by Board Game Blitz. Read a review by Escape Puzzler. Okay, I don't know how to move between them. Okay, let's give our thoughts on The Secret of Langton Manor, episodes 1 through 4. Let's check in with the chat first. I feel like we played another game with a similar final scene. Creepy house, crazy tree creature, someone on a bed we had to save. I don't remember that. John says they're working on episode 5. They could make it. The puzzles was intentional. Logic gets you most of the way. You have to guess between several possibilities. We've seen that before. Yeah, I complain about that. Jonathan Warner says, I think the game is a decent experience. I think it has a good mix of story and puzzles. Some pretty good puzzles with some too easy and a couple frustrating. I like the story elements. Feel it could potentially be reordered slightly. Could use a revised 2nd edition. Anna says, I was mostly listening, observing you guys solve puzzles, so I don't have strong opinions, but I'm interested in the ending of the story. I think maybe it would be more satisfying to have the art thief introduced earlier in the story. There's more ambiguity of whether it was just him making the house seem haunted. I think having him come in after the basement was less effective. And it says, for a print and play, low budget game, it seems fairly good. Episode 4 had probably had the most consistently enjoyable puzzle episodes. I always find games where every answer is in the same limited format to hurt the puzzle variety, but they did well working within that constraint. I think that's a really interesting issue with the puzzle format of the answers always being digits that actually led to some of my favorite moments, where the way we figured out the puzzle was we started asking ourselves, how could this puzzle end up resolving to 3 digits? So there's an example where that constraint of having every answer be 3 digits was actually critical to helping us figure the puzzles out. I found that a very cool experience. So let me back up here. Overall opinion here is very positive. I had a blast playing through this. I think the the division into these 4 continuing chapters, that structure is a very good one. It's very enjoyable to play a long game that's broken up into chapters. And I think this one was done very well. And there's an interesting way that they've strung these together, these chapters, and it was another one of the highlights of the experience for me, which is structuring this all as moving through this house. Starting on the first floor when we got locked in, and then we went down to the basement, and then we came up on the second floor, and then being able to see, like, this is a real psychological clue into humans. These puzzles, these diagrams showing us where things were, are functionally have no purpose. We got a floor plan of each floor showing where the rooms are and where we would be encountering these puzzles as we walk through. It had no functional role in the game. It was not important. We didn't have to navigate. We didn't have choices. But there's something about it, about being able, while you're reading a story, to localize yourself and saying we have to go through here. I think this is a real insight into how to make a satisfying puzzle game experience, escape room experience. And I think more game designers of escape rooms would be well advised to embrace this idea of showing people an overview of where they are, and maybe even try to incorporate it into the game. Like giving players a choice, like, okay, we're here, we're trying to get here. Should we choose this or should we choose that? There's no choices here. But you could imagine lots of little variations where you're like, we're lost, we don't know what to do, but because there should be a door here, let's look at this photo and see if there might be a hidden puzzle here. Like in this game, all the puzzles were scripted out. We could see on each card that there was a puzzle here. But you could imagine a game where knowing the spatial layout and choosing where to go focused you into looking for a puzzle, and maybe finding the puzzles would be part of the game. So the floor plans were a big success for me. I think I did enjoy quite a few of the puzzles. Jonathan's right, there were some easy ones. I don't mind that at all. I like the role of the art in showing us the photos. I can see there's a little bit of AI art here, but it feels natural. But I think the real winner for me, the real magic ingredient that makes made this such a satisfying experience is the creepy story. I think if you take away the creepy story, you get a much too dry experience and puzzles that wouldn't be good enough to stand alone as just a puzzle game. But the fact that there was such a creepy story with twists and turns constantly, and you could say it's one of these supernatural stories that it may not be that you'll understand everything at the end. We've got lots of little different lore here. We got real books from history about Gilgamesh and a tree that grants eternal life, and Samuel doesn't age, and the daughter died, and the mother had these blank eyes, and we've got our friend John who's gone missing and incorporated into the great tree, and we've got an art thief who happens to be hiding out in the house, and Samuel is locking us in. I mean, there's a lot going on here that I don't think is ever going to get fully resolved. However, I think it works. It works to make everything feel a little bit paranoid, a little bit creepy. I do think you have to you have to you have to be willing to scare yourself. I think if you tried to resist being scared here, you would succeed. But I think, and then we travel back in time to Mesopotamia and archaeological dig. I mean, there were so many different little supernatural creepy elements here. A mirror that he could see the past and things looking at him from the mirror. It was a little bit like Lost. Like, if you expect to wrap this all up in a logical story, I think you're going to be disappointed. I don't think it can be done in one more episode, and I don't think they're going to try. But with all of these interesting things going on and these episodes, I was very curious to keep going. I do like, there's a couple mechanical things about the puzzles that I really liked. In an ideal world, I think it would be a little less linear. Like in this game, there's always one next puzzle. You can only do the one next puzzle. But this shares a little bit with Deadbolt Mystery Society in that, and 50 Clues did this as well. I guess a bunch of puzzle games do it as well. But I think it works here. It works in all of them. But it's a very good system where there may only be one puzzle you can do at any given time, but you've got materials for several puzzles, materials that come out early that can't be used yet. So you're never exactly sure which puzzle you should do next and which pieces go with which puzzle. And I thought that was handled very well here. Most of the time we could intuit which items were used for the next puzzle, which puzzle we should do next, but not always, and we frequently had moments where we weren't sure. And that is a very satisfying experience. It sort of requires you to be open-minded. Like, can this puzzle be done? Do we have enough to work on this puzzle? Which joint do we carve the chicken at? I thought that was very well done here and very enjoyable. I thought this little finale was good. Telling a story in terms of journals, that always wins for me. If you tell a story through letters or journals, you got me 90% of the way. There's something very satisfying, something very vicariously enjoyable about reading journals, especially when they're journals of people going mad and getting scared and paranoid and things getting worse for them. And we really got that here. So I love that. I'm a little unsure about the storytelling system of this art thief. So Jonathan was making a very interesting point. Jonathan was talking about, from a story perspective, he thinks the art thief should have come in earlier. I guess I want to make a slightly different point. I think it was fun when the art thief was hiding in the manor, but no, I am not a writer, so there's lots of criticism I give that I feel very confident, perhaps overconfident about giving. Storytelling advice, much less so. However, there is a sense when we play these games where you're either invested in the character or not. And I think there was a little bit of a weird thing with our friend John and the choice to tell so much of the story in the second half through the notes of the art thief and very rarely hearing from John. Like, John is supposed to be our friend. He's invited us here. And then somewhere around, 150% through the, well, not 150%, but through when we got to chapter 2 or so, John sort of left the picture. And we never got a real feel for him. We're not related to him. We were sort of thrown into this manor with very little fanfare. We don't know, there's no talk of John. It's not like he's our best friend. It was a little weird to me that there was so little investment in John, our friend, who's lying on the bed here dying. So I found that a little weird. I almost wish my gut is telling me that there should have been either John or the art thief and not both. Or some other storytelling structure that made us care about both of them. I had a little bit of a hard time relating to either of them because it was split, and a little bit of a hard time caring about John by the time we got to the end, and even knowing where to put him in my mental framework. He seems to be a good friend of ours if we're coming to help him renovate, and yet there's no real discussion of him. I found that a little odd. I like the story. I think we should have learned a little bit more about it at the end of this episode. I thought the highlight was the art and the use of history, things like Paradise Lost and Epic of Gilgamesh to put the puzzle. I do agree with you that I love the historical little pieces of this. My only down was some things like what to fold and what to cut or what to read first could be a little bit clearer. I do think the structure of the folding of these things, I'm not 100% sold on that. I wouldn't have minded just a double-sided printout without any cutting, but I mean, a lot of the puzzles did involve some cutting and they actually worked pretty well. Pretty impressive to do this as an indie project. I mean, this is a really unusually good independent print and play mystery game. Anna says, I agree, we should have read our friend's journal, not the art thief's journal. Yes, that's basically what I was saying. I wouldn't have even minded more journal entries. I do think the writing was very good and very creepy, which is just what we wanted to play in October. I do like no attempt really at humor here. This is all just a very creepy vibe, and I really appreciate that and like it. It was just what I wanted. I agree with Hexy art, real history pieces, real book stories were very well integrated and made the story better, yeah. The creepiest thing was when he ate that seed and started doing weird things to him. I suppose another critique of the storytelling in general was just how brief some of these story beats were that were so engaging that we could have spent an hour reading about it. Like this, here's an example. I mean, it's hard to get this right, but this Diary of Samuel that we got in chapter 4, for 4 chapters we've been wondering, what's going on with Samuel? Is he evil? What's he doing? And we sort of got his whole thing here in a very creepy way. And I think we were so interested in this story that we would have been very happy to read, 5 times this much from his diary. Like, I would have been happy to read long passages over a long period of time of him losing his mind, eating these things. Jonathan made an interesting point about second edition. Like, if I was, I don't think it makes sense to make it a second edition just because so much of this works so well. However, if the authors were thinking about, like, maybe if the authors found a publisher to publish a version of this that wasn't print and play, I think you could basically leave the puzzles, maybe tune up a couple that we complained about, maybe make some of the easier ones harder, although I don't think that's really necessary. But I think the real thing you could do to increase the enjoyment and value of this is just take all the story journals and add to that story. Just make them a little longer and more detailed. Like, all of the story elements in the journal were fascinating to read. Whether we were reading about the art thief, watching the person talk to Samuel, or reading Samuel's diary, or reading the diary of the expedition to Mesopotamia, those were all very interesting, and I would have happily read 4 times as much slow burn story, giving us the creepy picture of what was going on there with a little more paranoia and a little more creepiness. All in all, though, a very enjoyable game. Very, very enjoyable. All right, any other final thoughts before we wrap this up here? As a reminder, the next time we meet, at least the next time I have scheduled, is for this Thursday and Friday, October 30th and 31st, where we will perhaps lean into exactly the things that I said would be nice to have more of here. I think a little more atmospheric, creepy story. We'll be playing Root of All Evil, a deluxe escape room experience with a very creepy looking box. I think we are going to get a creepy story. I do hope you can join me for that. Probably not as many puzzles, but we'll see. I'm not really sure. And that will be the culmination of our Halloween spooky October month. All right. Good talking to all of you. Good teamwork here. Really did benefit from the help of some very clever observations from the chat. A pleasure as always. I'll see you on Thursday.